Good evening, everybody. How's it going? For me, it's a little late. I woke up at like 2:30. I was like, oh no, you got a stream today. It's like, oh, what are you doing? You gotta get up and start. And then I hadn't eaten since last night, and it was like, oh, you're all out of whack. But today is a very special day for those that are aware. Today is Sonic the Hedgehog's anniversary date. Of course, the original being released on June 23rd, 1991, which makes Sonic the Hedgehog, the franchise, 31. That game made a big splash, but of course, I hadn't figured out about it, because when Sonic came out, I was only 1 year old, so I couldn't have figured out about it. But I did eventually, but not with the original. It was actually with Sonic 2. I guess while I'm explaining that. Let's get into it. While I played Sonic the Hedgehog 2 when I was like 4 years old at a cousin's house, and I'm not really sure that I remember where it was or when it was. I do remember playing Sonic 2 though, and I remember getting to Chemical Plant Zone, and I remember getting walled there because of course you do when you don't really know how drowning mechanics work, or air mechanics for that matter. I remember taking that with me into middle school, actually. Like, there was a small period where I wasn't aware of Sonic again, but then I was reminded of it, and that was essentially all of my after school activity was playing Sonic 2 after school. And it was like, oh, this is great. Like, every Wednesday I just get to just spend as much time as I could getting through as much of Sonic 2 as I could. I always got to casino night before we had to wrap it up for the day. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess I gotta go home and do homework now. I was never able to get past casino night in that time frame. It was like an hour and a half, I think. Because of course the school computers didn't have the emulators that you needed, and you had to go get that, and it took forever to get the thing. Oh, hang on. Oh, can you not skip the thing? Okay. No, okay, there it is. Oh, I see. Okay, so you just continuously do that. Blue spheres, mission mode. Okay, and that's that. Interesting. Wait a second. Isn't this song from Sonic Jam? It is. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So what was I saying? Something about Sonic 2 and how long it took to download stuff on school computers. Yeah, so you do that, you try to get through, and you couldn't, because you were, what, 11 or so? I didn't really figure out about the others at that time. Sonic 1 eluded me for a while longer yet, until I picked up the Sonic Mega collection. Same with Sonic CD and the Sonic Gens collection, actually. I hadn't really found out about Sonic CD until then. So Sonic 2 was my jam, and then Sonic 3 was on the was the side piece as well. Like, I hadn't quite gotten used to that yet, but it was there too. But of course, we're gonna start with the original, because why would we not? Oh, so do we do anniversary mode, or should we do the classic? We should probably do the updated one, because if we're gonna do the classic mode, we might as well just stick in Sonic Mega Collection. Do the thing. Okay, get the X to jump, just X, and then we could do the thing with the thing. Stop saying "do the thing." It's gonna sound weird if you keep saying that phrase. Okay, so they added coins. I imagine that this was supposed to be what Sonic Genesis on the GBA was going to be, but of course, because we have the spin dash, and we have a couple of things that we couldn't do otherwise. Well, ain't that nice, having a little intro cutscene there. Kind of reminds me of what they did for Kunio-kun, Kunio-kun 2, the unreleased one. Well, we could play as Knuckles. We could. Let's stick with Sonic for now. Don't want to make it too weird. Maybe we'll see what Knuckles can do eventually. Oh my god, the drop dash is in this game? Why? How? Why? Okay. I didn't think I was gonna get hit so early. Is there a little bit of input delay? Maybe? Perhaps? No. That can't be. Oh, they fixed the scrolling, I think. Oh no. I'm gonna be trying a whole bunch of things, I think. Seeing if you could still move around on the screen after you pass the goalpost. I'm probably gonna try that too. Oh man, why you gotta do like this? It looks kinda neat, feels kinda responsive. I want to get up there. How do I do that? I still don't know. After all these years, I still don't know. Oh. Uh-oh. Something's up. Oh, that's not what I wanted, I don't think. I didn't want to go in there. No, I just wanted to jump around and get the extra bonus points. Aw. Oh. Oh, the rotation's different. It's a lot smoother. That's so... Oh, I don't... It's not that it's bad. It's just that I'm not used to it. That's all. It's actually making this a lot more difficult, I think. No, jump in! Jump in! Hit the emerald! You got the emerald. Okay, cool. I don't know that I'm gonna get all the emeralds. We're just gonna run through. Oh, we got coins. Good. We got more coins. Now, of course, I'm playing on the PS4, so I don't know if this is absolute or not. But there seems to be sometimes where I press the X button and Sonic doesn't jump. Let's see. Some of that. Yeah, okay. Ah! Okay. No, that's good. That's fine. Is there anything in that tree? No. There's something in that tree, though. Shield! Of course. Yeah, exactly like that. Exactly like that. Now, I made that look smooth because, of course I did, but I definitely didn't. I definitely wanted to be up here. Okay. Yeah, up here is where I wanted to be. Get this thing, speed across, and then continue on my merry way. But of course, that didn't happen. And now I got, oh, something's different. Oh, I can't hit, I can't hit him. I can't hit him until the thing's out. Of course they would. Well, that's not nearly as bad anymore, because now we have more hiding space. They should, I feel like they should have accounted for that instead of, you know, going for accuracy. If this was the anniversary type thing. Because if you hit in the corner in the original, eventually he would clock you. Oops. No. You gotta go. You gotta get the capsule. What are you doing? And that's zone 1, done and dusted. Of course. And then on to everyone's bane. Marble Zone. I don't mind this zone, actually. It's not all that bad. But it might be a little bit more of a pain if we try to do this when the X button doesn't work. Hang on, I'm gonna try something. Where is it? Where's the cord? Maybe it's because it's disconnected or something. I don't know. Sony controllers? I don't know. Okay, there does seem to be a little bit of a recovery period when Sonic lands. That may be a result of, what do you call it? Reconstructing everything from scratch. I don't know if it's reconstructing everything from scratch. But it's not one-to-one, I know that much. Not exactly. But in most people's case, it's functional, and that works. You won't be able to do any, like, precision, pixel-perfect, frame-perfect platforming. Ah! Did I just bounce off of a wall? Is that something that you could do? I don't want to try it out, but... Oops. That's not. I did it again. Oh no. Alright, special stage number 2. For speedrunners, this might be a little bit of an issue, because precision is the name of the game with them. But for casual players, it should be alright. No, I need to spin the other way. The other way, Sonic, the other way. Okay. That's too fast. That's too fast. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ha ha. Oh no. Come on. Wait. Oh no. I hit the button by accident. That's not what I wanted. Okay. What was this? Do you want to spend coins to retry? Ooh. I'm gonna say... yeah, sure. Okay, we're in the room. Can we not... we just need to... man, that R circle is really, really a pain in the butt. I can barely get my bearings. Oh no, I'm starting to get dizzy. No, we're okay. We're okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. We're in, we're in! We're in! We're in! And that's how you do it. After spending 2 coins. It's okay. And we got two of the 2 coins we spent back. Plus 1. Which is good. Ah! You jumped too late again, Sonic. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. You're making me think that I don't know how to play this game. Which normally wouldn't be the case, but I grew up on this game, so I should know. I should know. Okay, lava pour. Ah, what? Oh, yeah, he does bounce off of walls now. It's not exactly perfect. Imagine doing something like that in Labyrinth Zone. Labyrinth Zone seems even scarier now because of the fact that you bounce off walls when you get hit. Alright, one more. One more. Here. Yeah, okay. Lose your momentum, fall back down. It's okay. Shoot your fireball. I know you're there. Messed it up. Messed it up. Didn't get all the points I could. You messed it up. So eventually, if you bounce off of those enough, you would start, instead of getting 1,000 points, you'd get like 10,000 points. I think you could do that a couple times and like milk an extra life out of those blocks. Okay. There you go. You almost didn't jump, Sonic! Sonic, what's up with you? You got flat feet or something? Well, he does have flat feet, but well, at least he has flat shoes. Uh-oh. No, the last thing we want to do is bounce off of something now, because it's right in the center here. We could do that. We can hit the R, bounce back in, and bounce back in, and nope. Sonic's not jumping! Okay. Alright. Keep it up. Keep it up. Ah! Get the thing. Get it. Get it. Okay. Focus. Get back in there. There we go. First try. I usually start messing up around this point. That's 3 emeralds. Holy moly. I don't remember getting this many emeralds as a kid. Then again, I wouldn't have gotten the second emerald at all. If we were playing the original version, because you only get one shot at it and that's it. Well, you gotta go find another special stage. Which means the original would only give you a finite amount of attempts at special stages. If you wanted them all and you messed up, you had to reset. That's just the truth of the matter. That's the truth of 90s gaming. Okay, Caterpillar. You do your thing. I'm just gonna be... okay, never mind. I jumped too early. Hide your head in shame. You're supposed to be good at timing, and you mucked it up. It's one of those things where you're too fast. Too fast. Okay, what's going on here? Jump to the left. Wait for this thing to pop out. And then continue on. Ah! No, we're okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We jump in here. There's a hidden wall, and you can just speed in here. Get extra coin. That used to be an extra life, but I guess they replaced them all with coins in this game. Fireballs, fireballs, of course it's fireballs. You don't want to fall here. You do not want to fall down here. Ah. Because then you gotta do that whole part all over again. And that stinks. That stinks, trying to do that again. Ah! Ugh. Oh, there's a fireball there too. I don't think I wanted to do that. Uh-oh. Alright. Do this the old-fashioned way. I'm not gonna try and cheese this one. At least not for the first run through. Ah. There we go. Alright. Not bad. We're doing okay. Two, three. The spring yard. I didn't think it was all that bad, but I always felt like Casino Night was better. And since I played Sonic 2 first, it felt like a little bit of a letdown. even though I played the sequel first, and I know how silly that sounds. All right, wait for these. The one thing I really didn't like about this stage, due to my being unable to, you know, have any sort of patience, that enemy should show up shortly. There. The rollers. Ouch. Rollers ruined my day. It was like, oh, why aren't people being like, why aren't people making as much of a fuss about Roller as like just like the prototype for Metal Sonic? And it's like, do you even hear yourself right now? Is what I imagine most people would say. That's just dumb kid mind at work. Dumb kid mind that thinks they know better. Oh, crossfire. Oh, I want that. Ah, whoa, 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 where are we going? Where? Is this something here? Is there an item here? No. Okay. We do this, and we do the roll. And we continue to do the roll, except we didn't roll, we just ran. I think it's this one? Yeah. I'm just gonna get that 10 ring real quick. Extra point. And then we go over here and there's the end of the stage. We didn't really need the 10 ring for the special stage. It was just hanging out there, so I might as well. Okay. Special stage 4 and on, I am not familiar with at all, so we're just gonna do it, and if we can't, then we can't. We're gonna give it a shot. Which way do we go? Do we go up or right? Or right and down? I think we just follow the rings. Ah! If we can even rotate the way... Oh! Too much momentum. Okay. Forget it. Forget it. It's okay. We learned a little bit. We still got 3 coin. Okay. Is that for, like, collecting a certain amount of rings? Or even getting into this special stage? I don't know. Oh, you can defeat those enemies from underneath. Oh, momentum, momentum, momentum! You're killing me, momentum. Ah, no, I didn't see the second spike ball, I didn't. Oh no, we're messing up. We're messing up now. I picked up a ring! Hello! I had a ring! I had a ring, and then I died. How come I ring and then I die? Can you explain? Can you explain? You look at the ring counter, it said 1. 1 ring. Anyway, I didn't think I was gonna get through Deathless. That would be asking for far too much. What's in here? Hang on. There might be something past that. And I want to see what it is. No? Okay, you just walk into Spring, and Spring sends you flying. That's fine. Uh-oh. This might be a little trickier to do. Because the physics are updated. Uh-oh. All I want is shield! Give me shield! No! There we go. We got shield. Okay. Now we need to get out. Which is much easier than getting in. Okay. Jump over. Wait. Normally we'd have to roll and have enough momentum to do this, but I bet we could do it with a spin dash. There we go, and then we mess it up immediately because, of course we did. Can you even just jump up there regularly? You can. But then you gotta do slow walk up. Oh no, don't get crushed, please. Don't undo all my hard work. I just want to do all this platforming, but you don't really need to. There we know. We jumped too high? You jumped too high? How? Why? How? Okay, I guess we'll try it again. We'll try it again. Okay. Now this should be special stage number 5. Wow, we got it. I didn't think we were gonna get that one. Mostly because I couldn't get out of the starting room. Okay. Well, that's 4. That's the most emeralds I've ever gotten in this game is 4. I've never really gone after the emeralds because it seemed like a bit of a pain to do at times. And then like fighting the momentum-based physics of the game is like, nah. You don't need to get all the emeralds to beat the game. Of course, if you're a perfectionist, that might eat away at you, but I wasn't really a perfectionist at the time, no. I was happy to just get things. That's a lie. That's a lie, actually. I was very much a perfectionist, but I guess I didn't let that bother me all that much. Where, did that second garage just despawn, I guess? Can I get up here? Yes, I can. To what end? Nope, wait, hang on. This is the same one, so it should, yes. Okay. To what end, I ask? To what end? Okay. Alright. Staircase. Staircase blocks. That's fine. That's fair. Jump over these elevators. Jump in here, we get some invincibility, and we get go crazy. For only like 15 seconds. Outrun the thing here. Get some more rings and a shield. Because invincibility is about to run out. Ah! Okay, goodbye. And that's what happens when you go too crazy. You make a beeline for the freaking... for the freaking death plane. Alright, let's try that again. Let's not, and say we did. There we go. Took a couple tries, but we did it. Okay. Now we just make our way across here. Don't worry about it. What? Oh, hi. That's new. That's really new. And he's just high enough that I can't actually hit him. Shoot. Ah! Okay. Alright, I see you. One more. One more, right here. What? Oh, really? 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 Just a little bit off. Shoot. Why is there an invincibility down here? Why? Why is there an invincibility down there? Was there always? These are the questions I ask myself. Okay. Oh, just one. No, that's bad. That's bad. Alright. You gotta turn around. And do the thing again. Now we're back where we were. Except, this time we're gonna do it right. There we go. That's correct. And now, onto the actual pain in the ass of this game. Which is Labyrinth Zone. Get excited, because it's all underwater traversal. I never liked this zone. Probably because of childhood trauma of nearly drowning. Incidentally, around the same time where I discovered Sonic 2. So I was always a little anxious about, you know, needing to breathe in a video game. Where are we going? We're going into wall. Okay, cool. Fortunately, it looks like Drop Dash works pretty much the same. Oh, come on. I wanted that. Okay, that's fine. Looks like Drop Dash functions the same way it does underwater as it does above the surface. Please? Really? Okay. I was about to say, if you don't give me this... Ah! I tried to drop dash in the wrong spot. Ooh. Okay. Just gotta hit this switch. Oh, okay. That's one way to do it. Great. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, that makes it much easier, actually. I say as I miss a bubble, and immediately begin fearing for my life. No, I missed the cork! See, this is what I'm talking about. You try to do precision platforming underwater, and you can't. Because you try to hit the button, and it's like, no, you didn't jump. Die. Alright, alright. Hit the button. And that's Act 1. I didn't get any of the bonus points. Okay. Neat. Alright. Get over there. Hit this. Get a bubble? No bubble. Okay. We'll run out the invincibility. That's fine. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? I got it. Okay. That was almost a problem. Almost. No, oh, okay. Gotta jump to the left a little. There we go. And we jump in here, we hit the switch, and we go! No! That's not what I wanted. Okay, spin. No. Spin. This'll do. Kind of. Ah. This is where I didn't want to be. Alright, cool. Duck. Don't worry about it. One more time. Bubble. Bubble. Did they, like, fix it so that, it's much more accommodating? Because I feel like it's being accommodating, those bubbles. Normally, they're very rude. Okay, here's the sixth one, which is very, very straightforward, but might take some time. Oh, for crying out loud. For crying out loud. Just want to jump back in here and rotate the thing. The one time I want to hit the rotate button, and it doesn't rotate. It doesn't rotate. It doesn't rotate, oh banana! Okay, we're in. We're in. Get in there. Yeah! That's emerald number 5. I didn't think I was gonna get all these emeralds, so, here we are with 5 emeralds. Might as well go for the last one. I won't be able to do it in this zone, though. I'll have to get 50 more rings in Starlight, which I can't really say that I was good at keeping rings in Starlight. Jump in, okay. Alright, here we go. Yeah. Honestly, this was... I didn't really, I wasn't able, really, to get past here very well. Sometimes I can, and sometimes it's a fluke. I gotta say, this being able to spin dash is like a godsend. No! That's not what I wanted! It's kind of what I wanted, but now I'm gonna drown. No way! I survived! No way! Ow! I thought they would have, like, updated the timings on when you drown, too. No, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. How are you able to... Did you just jump through a wall? How? What? Yeah, you be down there. Oh boy. Oh boy. The climb. The climb, though. This is such a pain in the butt. You'll see what I mean by the climb in a little bit. Alright. Nope. Okay. Did they fix it? Did they make the timings a little more lenient? Probably not. Ah! Well. Okay. Shoot. This is bad. Oh no, I did it. I did it. Okay. That feels like it was easier. That does feel like it was easier. And thank God for that, because oh, that's my least favorite part of the game. Right there. Huh, okay. Back to the main thing of the game. Just go get some rings. Rings! Right after I said, I want some rings, and then, hey, the game was kind enough to be like, hey, you want some rings? Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, I wanted to go back and get the things. And then I fell down to my death. My death! It's a good thing we start from the beginning again, because we didn't exactly hit a checkpoint. And then 3, and then 4, and then we go up here and score some more, probably. Okay, let's try this again. Is it off screen? Yes, it is. There we go. We got a coin! 1 coin! Can I reach up there? Yes, I can. Woo! Don't you fire. I saw that fireball shooter. It's like, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't! No! No! This is what I mean by, I can't hold on to my rings. I also can't get over that wall. We did it! Why is there a second goalpost? What happened? What'd you do? What did you do? Okay, let's try this again. One more time. One more time. We can do it. Hopefully without spending any coins. We need to get out of this tunnel first. Follow the coins. Follow the coins. I call them coins now. They're definitely rings. Follow the rings. Okay, alright. Keep going. Man, this is a really long path. Okay, we're in. We're in. There's still danger about. Why is this blocking me? Why is this blocking me, though? I just want to get this last emerald. This last emerald for once in my life! You would. But I'm gonna jump, and I'm gonna make it over here without all these things blocking me. I'm gonna take them all out. All of them. Every last one. There we go. We got it. The game really didn't want me to have that last emerald. It's just like, no. Slide one over here. Slide a diamond over here. That one's still blue. Get that one too. Okay. We got them all. Now we just need to finish the game. Which is no guarantee, probably not. Not without losing another life or two. Woo! Spin! I'm down there. No, hang on. No, they fixed that. Shoot, I wanted to be up there. I wanted to do the fun thing that I saw in a speedrun once. I don't think it's possible, though. Seesaws! Yeah, that makes sense. Remember what I said about physics? Yeah. Just throw that out the window. If you stand on the center of the seesaw, you'll jump higher than you would when you stand on the edge. I don't know why they kept that in either. Must have been a fun thing for them. Just, hey, don't fall down. Go up. Wait. Oh. No, they fixed that too! Oh, can you even really call this Sonic 1? What happened? They fixed all the weird jank that made it happen again, which means they probably did it in Sonic 2 as well. Shucks. Ah! Okay. Yeah, too high. Too high. Stop that! All these enemies are invincible! They blow up on their own accord, and you can't really stop them from doing that. Oh, right. I'm supposed to do that. And then you get sent up. Ah! Into death! Into red and black shrapnel. I see. Don't shoot fire. You shot fire. You continue to shoot fire, even though I wish you not to. Ah! Nope. I thought that was an elevator. It totally wasn't! Why? Why would you do this? Oh, you make me so sad. Where are we going? Ah, no! What? Huh? What is this? Is that a new section? I don't remember that ever being there. Alright, more invincibility. Don't worry about it. We need this. Come down. Don't crush. Yeah, those bombs are completely invincible. And then we get to play, this game. Really? You're just gonna not do the one I'm on? Really? Really? You're just gonna avoid the seesaw when I'm on it? Ah! I see. I see. That's gonna make it a lot more difficult to hit you with the thing. Ah, no! Ah, you dropped one right on me! There we go. We hit one with him. I gotta hold on to this. No matter my cool bonus. It's gonna be okay. It's not okay! It's not okay. It was never okay. What are you talking about? Okay. Do that. Boing. How are you gonna... That's right. Get out of here. I think I'm getting used to it. I haven't had any precision platforming issues ever since we came out of Spring Yard. I think I'm getting used to it. Okay, yep. I'm getting used to it, alright! I had to say something! Why would you start with this? Why would you start with a spin dash and scrap brain? Why would you do this? No, wait, I want that shield. No telling. No telling what's gonna happen in this zone. Another bomb? More bombs? I ran into that one. Okay, no, we're good. I've never taken the top path before. Is there anything past here? I don't think so. Ah, there's that! You being like this? There we go. Okay. That's fine. Whole bunch of diabolical traps here, though, that you gotta react to. Again, this. You gotta have enough speed to get through. Unless you fall through like that and die. Why did I do that? Totally mistimed. Back to the beginning. Because why not? Wait, I wanna go down here. There we go. Up into the mortar and pestle of the level is this thing. I don't know. I still don't know what purpose this serves. Maybe it's supposed to be like a crank, a mechanical crank. Oops. That wasn't. Why would you put a spring there? Malicious, diabolical. This is exactly what I said. Oh, right, okay. No, that's bad. Okay, can't touch this. Because then that goes off like that, and then you gotta do that, do it like that, do it like that. Because like, flamethrowers! I didn't see those there until it was far too late. Ha! Okay, no, we're good. We're good. I don't want to spin dash here. You can't make me spin dash here. Ah! I should have spin dashed there. Where are the checkpoints in this in this stage. Where are we going? Okay, alright. We bump our head against the thing again. Bonk, bonk, bonk. For good luck. Oh, okay. I gotta say, good on the Doctor for making a stage where momentum is your enemy instead of your friend. Ah! I shouldn't go that path anymore. It's very difficult. This whole stage is very difficult. What happens if we go this way? Oh, it is the same thing, only, a little less, diabolical, probably. It's just sending me in the same direction. I said I wouldn't go down this path, and here I am going down this path. Oh no, it's slightly different. Just gotta watch out for these zappy zaps. Checkpoint! And again, flamethrowers that have no place being there, but there they are. Uh-oh. No, no. Oh, I gotta wait for them to come back. I'll do this in the meantime. As soon as I hit the switch. One thing I hate is waiting. Okay, we're back here. This is as far as we got before we died. There we go. You gotta time it right, and you gotta do the speed momentum thing. Ha. There we go. There you go. Despite the fact that you held left, he keeps going to the right. No, man. What's going on? Okay, I know you're gonna disappear. What's with this flamethrower that's just right there? Okay. This is admittedly a very fun part if you can time it right, which I didn't. Which I didn't. I timed it exactly wrong, in fact. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, man. I can't time this right. Okay, so I'm just gonna intentionally time it wrong, and then maybe I'll get hit. Why? Why do I do this to myself? That's what it's supposed to look like, but of course, you lose all horizontal momentum after you hit the jump button, so why even bother? Why even bother? Just do it normally. Just do it normally. Just do it normally. What are you doing? No spinning. There we go. Alright. Ah, whoa, 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 stop. Keep going, don't stop. Ah. There we go. Do we want to go up the even higher? Nah. We should keep going this way. Probably, yeah. What is going on? Oh, this one's going the other way. Oh. No, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're fine. I can't believe I got through that without getting scratched. Oh no, we're going back down! This is not what I want. Or is it? Okay. Alright. Yeah, we do want to go down from here, because that's how you get to the third zone. Now, I'm pretty sure that this is a death pit or something. And then you have that one little thing there to save you, I think, maybe. There we go. Other way, other way, other way, other way. Alright. We're good. Oh no, we're not good. We're never good. What am I talking about? Okay, flamethrower. Nope. That was the wrong way anyway. What are you doing? I gotta wait for this stupid bomb to blow up. There you go. This is the right way. And we gotta watch out for these things. I don't know why they're there. And of course, struggling with the very last stage of the game. There's that. Go ahead, do your thing. Jump down there. And into Labyrinth again. Labyrinth 2. No, I picked up Ring, though. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It is, but I did it wrong. There are a lot of paths to go here, huh? And I don't think I went the right way. That's a very, very long fall. Uh-oh. Please air. Please air. Where is air? Air. Okay. Oh, that's just rings. That's just rings. I don't want ring. I want out. Uh-oh. Okay, checkpoint. See, that's fine. I don't think there was a checkpoint in the original there. I don't think there was a checkpoint at all in this stage. In the original. Goodbye. They definitely made it simpler or easier to traverse. Ah! Okay. Alright. Alright. We'll be up here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't... Not a single worry in the world. Where am I? This doesn't look like... This doesn't look like Scrap Brain 3 at all. Uh-oh. Go back! Go back! Go back! You need some air. Get the air! No air. Maybe I shouldn't have... Oh, of course it pops up immediately after I drown. Of course. That's how it goes. That's how it always goes. That's how it... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like I said, that's how it always goes. Ha! Hoo! Ha! Okay. We're gonna wait here. Get some air. Pass through. Gonna be okay. Get rid of this guy. Okay. We have no rings, so, gotta be careful. Ring! Okay. We're okay again. Don't worry about... Ah! The current pulled me into his attack! That's actually kind of gross. No, wait! No, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait! Burrowbot, just give me a second. Burrowbot? Burrowbot? There we go. Okay. Now I can fight you, Burrowbot. Come here! Come on. Come on. Shoot your shot. Shoot your shot. I'm waiting. Oh. 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 Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. Did we make it? Holy moly, there's more to the stage yet. Why are you jumping? Who even angered you? Alright. Almost there, I think. Perhaps. It's hard to tell. It really is, because I think I took the longest path, actually. Cool! Nice! Walk directly into air. You can't make this stuff up. Alright. I guess I gotta climb up there. Hey! No! No! Bad! Oh no. Oh no! Okay, well, we did make it, but I don't remember which way I was going. It was down this way, okay. Get some more rings. No! Alright, alright. Give me air, give me air, give me air. I don't care. Ah! Alright. Well, that stinks a little bit. To still be at the mercy of RNG. After saying, I think this game might be a little more accommodating. That'll show me. I no longer have the time for you. I no longer have time, period. To be a robot. To be a robot, honestly. And not have to air. And not have to air at all. Are you kidding me? There we go. There it is! We finally made it. That was the last stretch? Really? Well, we did it. Okay. Alright, you do that, and then you shoot your little electro balls. And you do the same pattern. What's going on? Why do you do this? Oh, I got shaved. We're gonna get this right. Oh, he's doing the same two pistons all the time now. Every time. Okay, we're over there now. Aha! Oh no, I missed! He's on the far left side again. This is why you gotta be in the center. Or not. Oh, okay. There we go. I remembered I had a spin dash. That made that a lot easier. What makes this really difficult is that I don't have any rings. Ah! Stop that. Over there. Yeah! That's that. That's that. Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? Turn red with embarrassment. Turn beet red. Your schemes have failed. And we got the good ending, because we got all the emeralds. And what did the emeralds do? Nothing. Well, we grew some flowers that look oddly suspicious. And then they pieced out. They're like, yeah, we're done here. Thanks for collecting us, but we gotta go back. Again. You thought you were doing things. It's definitely a good... Ooh, excuse me. Definitely a good, pace setter for the rest of the series. But I don't know if it's as good on its own. Standalone, not really my thing. If I had played Sonic 1 instead of Sonic 2 first, then I probably wouldn't have been as invested in the series as I have been. Sonic 2 did a lot of things to improve the game formula. Like, it gave us the spin dash, it gave us Tails, it gave us a better feeling, momentum-based gameplay. And it didn't do jerk moves like, Scrap Brain Act 3. Or Scrap Brain in general, I feel like is really punishing for our last stage. Probably didn't get that hard again until, like, Generations? That, like, endgame Generations. Then again, I never finished Generations, did I? Like, I got all the way to the end, and then I just didn't finish the game. I don't know why, it just happened. Anyway, that's Sonic 1. Everything I got. Well, not everything I got, but everything Sonic 1 got. But we did it, we got him to step on the end instead of holding an emerald and say, try again. Oh, that's neat. You get a little extra something for getting all the emeralds. You get a little extra cutscene. Okay. Let's take a break and then we'll jump right into the next one. The next one, Sonic CD. Be back in a sec. Okay. Let's see. Jumping right back in. We could probably turn the music off. There we go. We got something for beating that, right? Let's head over to the museum. For anything else. Because we got the thing? The outro? Yeah, okay. And we probably need to do this by beating the game. Oh, look at that! You can watch Sonic Mania Adventures just straight up. That's neat. But of course, we probably gotta do all this first. Not that we gotta, but we should. Otherwise, it won't feel genuine, you know? We didn't earn it. So as it were. Oh, look at these. These used to be in the whatchamacallit as well. The Mega Collection. Like, unlocked by default, but I guess if this is even higher res, then I guess it's worth more? I don't know. Of course, it's, whatchamacallit. What's that word? You can't put a value on it. Okay. Let's go. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. Sonic CD. We got the Super Peel out over there. Do we have... Probably not. Let's play special signs and reach top speed to jump to the past or future. Heading to the past and destroying equipment is key. But you gotta find it is the thing. And they don't really tell you where that is. So there's two ways to get the good ending in this game. One, you can play the special stages and get yourself some time stones. Or two, you can head to the past and destroy Eggman's monitors or whatever in every zone. I believe that is another way to get a good ending. But of course, the second way is a little dicier. Because you don't really know where exactly. You gotta learn where it is. Planets like that shouldn't be that close. Because then they start getting pulled into gravity, the gravitational field, and it should crash into the planet at this point. But of course we have, what do we have? We have a whole bunch of stuff. Settings. What are we doing in the settings? Oh, wait a second, what? Get different settings for the spin dash? Weird. I wonder what that means. I have no clue what that means. We should stick with the original, though. So we're gonna stick it back to original and then, get started, I guess. Only Sonic or Tails? Which makes me think that this was based off of the original mobile port. Not the original mobile port, but like the mobile port that got ported to Steam. Reported. I don't think you can play as Knuckles in that one either. Or, I don't know. I own it, but I've never played it. Not the mobile port, the Steam port, rather. Oh man. I love this. It's so good. I don't think there's been a sequence like this yet. But the first The first time I saw it, I was floored, which would be the Sonic Gems collection. I saw it there and I was like, what? How is this not more popular? And the answer is because not everyone had a Sega CD. That's probably it. And of course, until Tyson Hesse came along, the only animation that really matched this one, or came close, I would say that it would be the Sonic OVA, I think. Not the biggest fan of classic Sonic, but what you can do with him is immense. The potential he has is crazy. So of course we're playing with Tails instead. Oh, no, hang on. There we go. Oh, we keep the... Wait a second, we keep the things from before? We keep the coins that we had from before. That's a checkpoint. Okay. Oh, that's what they mean by... Okay. I lost it. I lost the past. Shoot. There we go. No! I fell off! Ah! And then you can't do it again. You only get one shot at it. And it takes obnoxiously long to get the energy needed to travel to the past. You gotta be like running at top speed for like forever. I think this will do. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't do the peel out, can you, Tails? You never learned that. But I think we're gonna have enough. Yes. So now we're in the past. And I think that every... whatchamacallit? Every one of Eggman's devices is in every Act 2. So we're already in the past, and that's a good thing. Oh, wait. What's that? I think I found it. Okay. I don't know how I found it so quickly, but, that might be it? I don't know. It feels like that's not the right one. Oh, nope, hang on. It feels like that's not... Oh, Tails made a good future in Zone 1. Or is it both Zone 1 and 2? I hope not. Because then we're gonna be here forever. We're gonna be here forever! Okay, special stage. You gotta go run around and destroy all of the things. All of the UFOs. You only have a certain amount of time to do so, and if you fall in the water, you lose time based on how long you're in the water. So you don't want to be in the water at all. Ugh. Yeah, you lose 10 seconds for every time you're in the water. Ah, that sucks. No, no! Not like this. Okay, we have more time. We have more time to mess around. Just gotta jump and get this correctly. There we go. We got it. It's a little tricky. If you don't know what you're doing. We got a time stone. Only 5 more to go until we've completed the Infinity Gauntlet. No coins, though. Oh no. They were not impressed with our performance. Oh no, we don't want to go to the future. We want to go to the past. There we go. Hang on. Is there a way to do this correctly? There we go. That works. If you can find a loop like that, you're golden. But of course, I found that completely by accident. Ah, oh, okay. Oh, here's some stuff. If I can land. Tails? Okay, there you are. Where we at? Where we going? Oh no, don't tempt me to go fast. I'm looking for something. Oh, it's another extra coin. I'll take it. There it is. Found it. Now, I thought it was supposed to be, like a hologram of Metal Sonic. Like, stepping on an animal or something. But I guess not? What? Oh, it's just a rock. Just a rock hiding behind, I don't know what else. Weird. Okay. So if you make a good future in both Zones 1 and 2, Zone 3 will automatically be a good future. That much I do remember. So now we're in good future Palm Tree Panic. And I believe you get rewarded with a couple of extra stuffs if you do it. No, I wanna be down there. There's some stuff down there. What was I walking on for a second there? There we go. You get all the fun stuff for a little bit. But of course, you still have to fight the boss. Which, I wouldn't call that much of a boss with invincibility. Ah, okay. There we go. There you go. There's good future. You know, we just gotta do that for 6 more zones. I think. Which I don't think that I can do. But we're gonna give it a shot, so why not? The process is very involved, is what I'm saying. What's over here? I was never able to get up here as Sonic, so, if you'll pardon my exploratory spirit for a second. Oh, you could just fly right out of that, okay. No, that's fine. Gotta find a pass sign. You're not a pass sign. I don't want to touch those. Don't make me touch those. Where are we going? Up? Just straight up? And off to the side, I guess. Where? No pass signs yet. which makes me a little antsy. I want to just... I don't want to just head right to the end. There's no fun in that, I don't think. Well, we could, although we're very capable of doing so. Huh? Oh, well there it is. Just gotta find the past sign. Oh no. Well, now you get to see what the future looks like when it's not bad. When it's not good. This is not what I wanted. In fact, maybe I'm misremembering. Like, maybe this is when, the hologram of Metal Sonic shows up, and you have to do it this way to get the good future. So it's either Eggman or Metal Sonic. Sorry, did I say Eggman? I meant the doctor. Better get that right. Gotta find the place, the thing. Oh, we're back here again. Okay. Well, where am I going? I can't exit flight either. No? No? No, I'm just back where I was. Okay. Yeah, good. Where am I even going? I don't want to go too far ahead. Okay, there's the past. Uh-oh. Oh, I messed it up. What's this? Oh! Oh, that's a shoot-'em bomb. We don't want that. Where are we going? I don't even know exactly where. Do you mind taking me a little higher? Not there. You see? You see? I got lucky with Palm Tree Panic, but Collision Chaos is a different story entirely. Clue where I'm going, and no idea where to find the emeralds. Not the emeralds, the time stones. What? Okay. I see. Okay. Wait. Is this... Where are we headed? Where are you taking? Okay. Okay. Alright. Welcome to the rest of the stream. It's just me bouncing off of bumpers repeatedly, trying to hope against hope that I know where I'm going, but I super don't. Where is this thing? There's an extra life. And the goal's over there, and we're locked into bad future now. Good. This is exactly what I was trying to prevent. Thumbs up. You did it. Good job. I just noticed something. There is no yes there's no yes voice clip, which is odd that yes never hurt nobody. Probably because rights reservations or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised. Nope, not fast enough. Where are you going? Oh, well... Oh, man, really? I want to see something. Can I take it into flight? No? Maybe. Hang on. Ah! I messed it up. I landed on the thing instead of here so that I could keep it going. But... And then I lost all my ring. Wow. Tails really goes places with his flight. Huh. Well, I found the device again. That should be easy. Okay, and then we swoop again. And there it is, it's active. Just looking for Metal Sonic. Where is he, guys? Alternatively, we could go get the time stones. I'm not sure why we're not doing that. Ah! Okay. Okay. Just take your time. No real rush or anything. Ah. Okay. There we go. We're in. That was weird. It should have been a little more oomph than that, I think. Hmm? You're not turning. I thought you would have turned. Okay, well... That's okay, I guess. Nothing going on here? No? I also don't want to, like, run into any enemies by accident. Because I don't have shield no more. Although there shouldn't be enemies in the past, right? Or there's considerably less. Oh, nope, never mind. There's still spikes. Okay. Do a good future? If you do a good future in one zone but not the other, you still get bad future, so keep that in mind. So we really should be aiming for these, UFOs. These UFOs. Ah! No! Get back in there! Ah! Ooh! Ah! See? That's crazy. That's wild. Ah! All I want is to get some UFOs. We got UFOs. Huh. Is that Jupiter? Is that sideways Jupiter? What's going on? Anyway, we got a second time stone. We got one! We got a coin! Oh, look who it is. He's just putzing around being all happy and stuff. That's not what I wanted. And now he's not there anymore. Wait a second. No, can't bust this door. Okay. It's not even a door, it's a wall. We go back up here? Oh, we can. How come? What? Oh no, I didn't want to go all the way back over. I just wanted this. That's all I wanted. Bust that, and now we're playing pinball. I hope you don't mind. Little Tails should make this a little easier. Because, now we're already... The boss battle's already over. It's already... It's done. We did it. I remember that being much harder with Sonic. Much. Okay. Tidal Tempest. This is where it starts getting a little bit crazy. Just a little. Oh, good. Yeah, this is a place where we can drown. Okay, there we go. There's not really a place to do speed here, I don't think. Ah, crap. That's not what I wanted. I didn't want to overwrite the past. Unfortunately, you can only travel in one direction. You cannot travel from to past, future past. And I did it wrong, probably because I did a thing. I tried rolling, and it's like, no, you can't roll! It's ruined! What have you done? Anyway, here's the machine again. Can't destroy it, because, I don't know. Can we go? Oh no, it's a one-way. And it pushes you down into non-jump state. Which is why I got hit. Great. Anyway, you can try and get some more rings and then, Ah! Will this work? There we go. Da-biddy-da-ba-da-bum. You barely see those spines that you're spitting out there. Barely. Okay. There's no drowning jingle in this game, so you can rest easy, I think. You're still drowned though. Ah! What the? Oh, this is probably the end of the stage. We do. Oh, I panicked. I super panicked. Okay. I want to get over there. Which I don't think I'm going to be able to do, because Tail will get tired. Okay. Okay. One more time. There we go. Now we can go over there. Try for another time stone. Become the master of time. I don't know how I knew that was the end of the stage. It just looked like an end of the stage. Alright. Time stone number 3. Do we go this way? We probably go this way. Yeah. Oh no, I lost ring. You can't really control yourself. You can turn, and that's it. That's all you get to do. Ha! Shoot. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, we've got more time on the clock. There we go. I think if you hit less than 15 seconds, an additional UFO will appear, and if you hit that one, you get more time on the clock. But really, you don't want to be in the water. Because for some reason, that saps your time. I guess there gotta be rules for some special... I guess there have to be rules for a special stage. Okay, so that's 3 time stones. If we get all the time stones, then we won't have to worry about making good futures. I think I said that already. But if you get all the time stones, then you automatically get all good futures going forward. Which would be nice, honestly. Okay, nope. These blue fireballs are nice. They don't actually hurt you. They just push you in a direction. Don't get crushed. Thanks. Also, you need to not be there. Thanks. Nope. Okay. No hidden wall. No hidden passageway. That checkpoint would be nice. Da-ba-dee-ba-da-boo-ba-boo. Bee-bee-dee-bee-dee-boo-da-bum. Really? There's a way to go back to the past. Extra life. And there's a way to go back to the present. If you're so inclined, but I'm not. Ah! Okay. What's down there? Oh, yeah, that's the thing I was talking about with Metal Sonic. Okay, so if you destroy that, then you can make a good future as well. I believe it's either or. I don't know. I haven't played this game all that much. Hello. Oh, that's right. You just hold it down in this game, I think. Yeah. It's not as powerful as it is in Sonic 2. Yeah, the spin dash isn't as powerful as it is in Sonic 2. Probably because the super peel out was what you were supposed to be using if you wanted speed. The spin dash was just the attack. Yeah, there's no yes voice clip. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta do this? How much time do we have? 100 seconds. Okay. Ah! Jump is slow. Oh no. That makes me hurt. I gotta jump earlier. Or in some cases, later. I'm trying, guys. This is not easy. Come on! Oh. This is pain. This is pain! Probably because I'm not used to it. Just trying my best. And I'm just circling around this one. Aw, man! Yeah, that's not it. Huh. Alright. Let's give this another go. Blech. I think the reason why I didn't do this all so often was because it ran faster when it was emulated in the in the Gems collection for some reason. Like, it started up immediately and was like, oh god, what do we do? Okay, maybe don't do this. And then that was my first impression of how difficult the special stages were. But I don't think we've been doing bad so far. I think there might be more time stones than 6. I think there might be 7. I actually forgot. I knew at one point, and then I forgot. Oh, okay. Alright. What happens if I go this way? Well, now we have 60 rings. What's up here? Okay. That looks oddly specific. Hi. Oh, I see. Oh, right, it loops. Right, you have to chase the doctor down there until that happens. He opens this up, and then the actual boss fight starts. It's like, hey, I'm gonna surround myself with the thing you used to live. And then shoot. Okay. Hey, if you cannot do that, that'd be great. Oh. Every time. Pew. Okay. Only 3 left. 2 left. 1 left. Oh, there you go. And now he needs air. So he lowers the water level, and he's I'm gonna go. I gotta go. Oh, okay. He just flew on his own. That was all him. Okay, Quartz Quadrant, probably my favorite area in the game. I know some people are gonna be like, how dare you besmirch the name of Stardust Speedway, but I like Quartz Quadrant. What can I say? Past. Where are we going? We're just running? We're just running. We're just running. And we held right the whole way, and something was like, no. That's silly. I don't like that. Oh, God. Oh, okay. That's not a platform? Okay. Do we try it again? Can't really see anything because it's very saturated. Just need enough rings to get to the next special stage. That's not quite what I was looking for, but okay. Okay, we have enough. Ah. No! No! Now I gotta find more ring. How dare. That's not what I wanted. Yay! Let's make it a little more let's make it a little more difficult. Can I just try that one again? I can't. They won't let me. I got shoehorned into Bad Future. Courtesy of Inconvenient Spring. No, that was incorrect. That was the setup to go to the past too. I can't believe I messed it up. Oh. Wait a second. If we do that, could we do that? Nah. We'll let it be. We'll stick with the original plan of getting all the time stones. Because what if restart is actually restart the game? Stop that. Okay. Alright, this'll work. This works. Behold favorite song in the game. Okay. Now we just gotta find our way over there. Can we... Is this the way? Is this the path? I'd like for this to be the path. Ah, no! Where am I going? Is there floor here? There is. Okay. Rings are safe for now. Okay. No, that works. That's a future sign. Don't want that. That seems like end of stage, so I'm just gonna back up. And we're gonna keep looking. We're gonna keep looking, and we're gonna eventually find it. Don't worry about the time. Jump over that. Sure. Oh, okay. Ah! What was that? Is this a path over to... Yeah, there it is. There it is. I found it. Nope, that's the top of the level. Okay. I knew it was a good idea to go back. Ah! No, please. Will you? There we go. Ah! Okay. What a weird level design. But we did it. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boom, boop, boom. What's next? Over here, I guess. And we're back here. And there goes our shield. Okay, gotta play this carefully now. I'm gonna feel even worse if I lose all of the... Ho, 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 I found it! Stay in the past where it's relatively safe. Ah! No, we're fine. See, there's nothing here. Okay. Going for time stone number 5. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And there's our advance payment for mucking up this special stage. Wow. UFOs are going fast. Okay. There's one. There's two. Huh. I'm just trying not to fall in the water. That's all. Why are you being such a butt? I just want to jump and destroy you. Ah! How much faster do you go? How much faster do you keep going? Man. That's not good. That's not good. I missed! I missed it. I knew it was gonna mess me up. I knew it. These jumps are too floaty, man. Ah! I disagree. I should have gotten that one. Oh, no. Oh, no. I haven't gotten any of them yet. I haven't gotten any of them. Will you? I can't believe it. I got stuck behind the wall in the water. And that sapped the rest of my time. Ugh. Ugh. I didn't think it was going to be this difficult. Just trying to aim where the things are. The UFOs. While also not being able to, control your forward momentum? No, you just keep going forward. And that's it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I thought it would keep my momentum going backwards, because I ran into it backwards. Nope. Right after I... This is hard. This is actually kind of difficult. And not particularly because, the controls are bad. Also, the special stages are out to put you in the water. I keep missing. I keep getting redirected into other places. More time on the clock, please. More time on the clock, please. It's back. Got it. Got that one. Okay. 4 UFOs left. Ow! Stop this. Stop halving my rings. That I disagree with. More time on the clock. Man, why am I only able to get that one? Ugh! Nope. Oh, got psyched out. Got psyched out by a freaking UFO. Ah! What? Oh, you can do that. Okay. Why? Why, though? Why are speed belts a hazard? Ah. God, I got psyched again! It's that same one! Got it. Ah! You're the worst! You! The worst! Special stage. I hate you. But there's probably one that's worse than you. Ah! 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 It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. How many coins did I waste on that one special stage? Holy crap. Way to just put me in a dour mood. Hey! There's another coin. All I had to do was complain a little. Oh, okay. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this one. There we go. There you go. For a conquer. Oh, fuck. You can't stop. You can't, like, come to a complete halt. Otherwise, you're gonna run into the spikes. But really, all you gotta do is run. Ouch. It's too close up. There we go, right over there. Okay. And then friction. Let friction take care of the rest. There you go. And he starts doing a little nervous dance. One more. One more circle. Come on. Oh. What are you waiting for? What? What are you waiting for? Oh, okay, there it is. I was about to be like, what's going on? Why isn't it doing? But I guess it just took a long time. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Oh, way to put a damper on my favorite zone. It should be. But is it my favorite zone, really, when Wacky Workbench exists? Some people probably don't like this because of all the boinging it does. Like, boing! Like, actual boing. And you get sent all the way up into the sky. Alright. Let's keep it going. Why is the screen flash like that? What's going on? Hello? I don't know what that was. Oh, okay. Here, have a thing. You put that there, and then, oops. No, that's not what I wanted. Or is it? Ah! Would you want these rings? Uh-oh. 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 I'm doing it wrong. Hang on. Let's do that. Swing under here. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Now where am I? Hi. I'm with a whole bunch of enemies and the rings. The rings of power. That's what's making the screen flash like that. Should have picked this ring up. Man, the shield, rather. Okay. Alright. As long as we got a good click about us, we can just, 1, 2, 3, wait a second. Really? Oh no! That won't let that happen. That won't let us. Okay. We go down then. Uh-oh. Why do I keep bouncing into... Dude. Oh. I don't think I want to be here, but I need more rings. So, I've got no choice. Oh, and that drops down there. Okay. Ah! Oh, okay, Tails, your floatiness is getting to be a problem now. Your floatiness is getting a real problem. They're the ones I need. The explosion bits? No. Okay. Ah! Okay. You know what? Invincibility, not a problem. All I want is this. Thank you. I can't be here. Ugh. I'm just gonna fly over to the rest of the stage. Don't worry about it. Okay. I think we're almost there. We're almost home free. Shoot! We're almost home free. That's what I would like to say. And then that happens. No! I want to be in there. What? Why? Huh? What happened? Okay. Okay. I want to be over there so badly. And then this happens. Okay. That was a struggle. That was a struggle. How come? I don't remember Zone 1 being that bad. I thought Zone 2 was the worst of the two, but, okay. Alright. Okay. Look at this crazy mess. Okay. Still 6 UFOs, by the way, but they just get... their movement patterns get crazy. I don't need this! I don't need this! I might need this. Oh no, there is no safe ground! None! And to make matters worse, the thing that I need to recover time is floating over water. It's floating over water. I'd better get this right. Don't you just hate it when you whiz right by a UFO? Ugh! You jumped just too late. I'm just gonna be over here. Don't mind me. Banging my head against a wall. What? I disagree. Ha. Ha. Man, this stinks. Just trying to be in the right spot at the right time. It's not easy. Ah! No, bad. Man, this is rough. Like, I knew how to do the the special stages in Sonic 1. I do not know how to do them in Sonic CD. Stop it! Stop it! Stop bouncing off of walls at high speed! Oh, he doubled back. Ah, I hate it. I hate it. There we go. How am I going to be a Time Lord at this rate? No, too far to the right. What are you doing? Got one more! Where is it? Ugh, don't go anywhere! Shit! Got it! Thank goodness for that. 6 time stones. Just one more. That's all. That's all we gotta do is one more. Who knows? Who knows? We may become the ones after all. Ah, no wait. I gotta get back up there. 'Cause that was rude. 'Cause that's where it is. But how do I do that? Ah! And then I immediately lose my rings. Is it over here? And then I die. Probably to the same enemy. That was rude. I need this. And then I hit that enemy. And then I die again. Watch! It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There he is! As if predetermined. I just want to find out a way how to get into here. Is there no way to get in there? There's gotta be. Okay. Good start. Maybe the level layout will change. Oh, that'll do. Okay. Nothing else. Alright. 2, 1. Here we go. Doot, 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 doot. Nothing up here. Oh! Hello. I did not expect to see that. This could be a problem. Okay, we'll just stick on... We'll just stick on this until... everything's done zapping. Nope. None of that, please. Alright. Watch that. No, no! Why would you send me in the opposite direction? It's probably timing based. Ugh. There we go. Hey! Alright, one more. One more to go, and then we don't have to worry about making good futures, because we'll have all the time stones. Ah! That'd be great. Alright, 6 UFOs, you know the deal. That was an easy first one. Oh, that's the water? That's the water. It's just hanging out over... Great. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. Just to swim out in freaking grid water. I touched that one! 2 UFOs left. Another speed up? For real? That one's hanging out over water too! How dare you! Okay. Turn left. Go this way. Jump. Miss. Waste all your precious time. All of it. Really? I was going out to meet that one and he's like, no. Psych. Okay, we got more time. We wasted it immediately. No. 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 Come back. Ugh! Okay. Alright. Wow. Wow, those stages are rough. Man. And now we got all the time stones. Congratulations! Got them all! I've never seen this screen before. Also, there's an orange time stone, but no orange Chaos Emerald. So you know these are different, despite them looking the same. Alright. Okay. I'm a little concerned that we're still in the bad future of Wacky Workbench, despite having all the time stones. Does it happen immediately, or is it, at the end of the game type thing? little concerned. Just a smidge. Or maybe my information is just wrong. Ah! I just want shield! Please let me have shield. Thank you. Oh, this is the beginning of the stage. Ha 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 ha. Oops. Where we going? Where we going? Down? Down. Continue to go down. Don't touch the boing. Okay. The boing has not been touched. We will continue to not want to touch the boing. Here. Do that. Okay, avoid the scrapnel. The scrapnel.
The anger.
Spike, spike, spike. Don't worry about it. Ow. Okay, worry a little bit. No, you know what? Oh, we can't. Really? Ah! Really? They fixed that, huh? Oh, man. You can't do that. There we go! We crushed. We got it, and then we died. The ever-famous double KO. No, wait, come back. I need... Wait, what's going on? Where are platform? I need platform to go high. And then they were like, no, you don't get platforms. You died on the easiest, one of the easiest bosses in the game. I don't know if it's actually easiest, but feels like it sometimes. That sure did come in handy. That speed up sure did come in handy. Okay, here we go. You wanna... Okay, there you go. There we go. And then we're supposed to stay on this, I guess. Can't move off of it. But of course, I did something different and I got crushed. Okay, there we go. It was the good future? That was the good future? That didn't look like a good future. But okay. Now we're in Stardust Speedway, which is a lot of other people's favorite stage. Let's see if we can head to the future in this one. Oh, thank you for the boost! I appreciate. Nope, this is past. We don't want past. For once, we don't want past. Okay, so we got rid of past. Where is future? Oh, jeez. Okay. Always welcome speed. Oh, there's another speed in case you want more speed. Nope, that is coin and not that. Yeah? Where is future? Where's the future? Where's the future sign? I couldn't find one. Oh no. Why? Yeah, okay. Strange. I don't know. I looked. I could not find. And then the level led me straight to... straight to the end. Ow! Stop that. How dare you. I will admit, I have not heard the, oh, there it is. I've not heard the American soundtrack for this for a while. Oops. There we go. Now we're in the future. The good future. Which is kind of more for me than anything, because I've never seen the good futures of the later stages in Sonic CD before. What is this? What? Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Did we do it? Is it good? Well, I see a whole bunch of animals, so I'm going to assume yes. We did it. It is good. Well, that's probably not what I was referring to. Ah! Why do you do that? Why would you put a spring there? Why would you do that, though? Just like you speeding towards the goal sign. I see it in your sights. Suddenly. Going in the other direction. Oh, I'll take that. Ah, it's the race. It's the race. We gotta win this race. If we don't, we, well, something bad will happen. See that multicolored beam that the doctor just shot? We don't want to get hit by that. We also don't want to get hit by Metal Sonic. hitbox whenever he charges up like that. Activate hitbox. You don't want that. Oh, I jumped right into Spike. Look at him cheating. Cheating ass. Cheating stuffs. Whoa, 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 whoa! That— no! No way! No way! What was that? I had a feeling I was gonna lose. But getting squeezed out like that is just pain. Okay, shoot your stuff. Okay, 2, 3, 4. Go! Oh, man. Oh, I did it again. Ah, okay. I see what you're doing. You're doing the defense, and then you're going on offense when you're behind. Damn. No, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Got it. That's right. What? What? Why would you— what? Huh? What's this cam hack nonsense? Why would you— I saw it over there, and then I saw it when I was against the wall. And then when I go reach for it, it's just like, no, boundaries here. I think you guys got a couple of bugs to work out, just a little bit. Alright, last stage of the game. I think. I'm pretty sure this is the last stage of the game. Metallic Madness. Licking Metal Madness. From what I recall, it's actually pretty hard. Not like Scrap Brain level hard, but it's pretty up there. Especially Act 2, jeez. Stop jumping into blades, please. Oh, we've got the— we've got— of course we have these things. Of course we have those back. Why would we not have those back? They were my favorite part of Scrap Brain. Uh-oh. And now I'm in trouble. I didn't want to be down here. Nope. Hang on. There we go. Let's just stay on top. As long as we can. Because then that'll lead us right to the end of the stage. Hey, we did it. Bam, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum. We did it. Act 2. Alright. That was unnecessarily dangerous. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Oh, is it tiny time? I think it might be tiny time. Wait. Oh, we can go back? How come? Can we really go back? Oh, jeez. Woo! Get ourselves a shield here. And then fly into the abyss. I mean, the wild blue yonder. Can't really call it an abyss. Because it's above you. No, please. No, please! Oh! Still got me! Even through the wall! Gross. Where are we headed? There's something here, right? There's something I'm supposed to be doing here? No? Okay, I guess we just go. I guess that was just to get the future thing. Don't worry about it. Now we're above it. There's another future sign. I guess. Checkpoint! I wanted to avoid you. That's... no. Oh, Tiny Time is on the other side. Great. I wanted it to be Tiny Time. I guess it's not meant to be. Where am I going? I'll use the shield, though. Where am I going? I think I'm lost. I definitely think I'm lost. I told you Act 2 was worse than Act 1. Okay. Yeah, that's not the right way. What's going on over here? Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Checkpoint! Okay, we're heading in the right direction. Oh, I remember this. This is in Lava Reef in Mania. They brought it back. Okay. Well, you know, we'll take that one. It's Tiny Time! I don't think Tiny Tails can fly, though. I'm wrong. I'll shut up. Tiny Tails' ears are humongous. Oops. No, hang on. Gotta... There we go. Use the momentum right. Okay, don't get crushed. Please and thank you. Oh, this part. It always makes me a little anxious. This is the right way, right? Yes? Did I just go in a circle? I sure did, didn't I? What's down here? Nothing, it appears. I think I just went backwards. Cool. So, well then what? Well then what? Well then what? I think I gotta go this way? Nope. Ah, landed right on spikes. Ah, okay, that's what I had to do. That's where it was. Little confusing, but it's okay. Oh, right. Gotta do this. Watch the thing spawn in from nowhere. Or, you know, you could just fly out. It's okay. I'm a little embarrassed that didn't occur to do until, you know, several layers in. Just fly out. What are you doing? Don't worry about the spikes. Your tails! Oh, here's a ram. Sheep. Ram sheep? Sham? Reap? I wanted that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that. Thanks. Oh. Okay. That's what you get for avoiding stuff you die in the good future. You did it again. I'm ashamed of you. I am ashamed of you, self. How dare. Don't flip. Okay. You flipped. It's okay. It's okay, though. I can't believe you flipped. I'm gonna be over here. In the background. Oh, right. I gotta swing it back around. Okay. This isn't Sonic Mania. Don't worry about it. Zeem. Beam. Okay. Can we not? Can we not? Ah. How many times? How many times? I gotta destroy you, huh? I have to destroy you? There we go. There's two now. Man, they just disappear immediately. Come a little lower. Thank you. Eh. There we go. We are okay. We lost the shield, but it's okay. Now what? Now you. I forget how to take care of this guy. I guess we'll figure it out. Unless you do that, that's okay. Just walk along the frickin' thing. I imagined that they were doing, No? No. See? That doesn't work either. You're gonna shoot some things now? You're gonna shoot, yeah. And then... What? Hit me! Wait a second! Stop that. They really don't want you to have rings. But that's okay. Ah! Wait, huh? Where's the hitbox on... Where's the hitbox on Tails? Where? Huh? Oh, okay, yeah, we can do that too. Oh, look at him, he's so sad! He's extra sad! He's like, ah! Why would you do that? And Amy never showed up because, Sonic wasn't there. But if you play as Sonic, then, I believe it is one of the very first stages, somewhere in Palm Tree Panic. You come across Amy, and she's like, ah! There you are, and then she gets kidnapped by Metal Sonic. She's like, oh. She lets out a little, eh. There you go. That Sonic CD, man, that was kind of punishing near the end. At the same time, that didn't really feel like a final boss. It was kind of difficult, but not the satisfying difficult. Not from like Final Zone or anything. We have time to go through Sonic 2? I think we do. But at the same time, I don't want to just... Success! Oh! Well, thank you for following. Welcome to stream. At the same time, I don't want to just leave Sonic 3 and Knuckles by itself. Think... What is there left to do? We do Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Knuckles, and then maybe check out the mission mode, or whatever that is? Or maybe we could do that now. Choices. that's what got me into this whole mess, probably. It's my lack of ability to make decisions. So, yeah, we're probably just gonna jump right into Sonic 2. Probably. Can't believe it. We got all the time stones too? That's never happened before. I've never done that before. Thank you, Anniversary Mode. You've been very kind. Except when you weren't. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do that with the original, aren't I? Like, if I don't do that in the original version of the game, I feel like it's really dumb, but it feels like I cheated my way through, when that's not necessarily the case. Like, if they wanted to redesign the game to make it a little easier, then whatever. There's no need to go through the original. You beat the game, you did it. Here's the outro. You're too cool. I don't think that was in the original. There it is. That's neat. There was a relatively popular graphic with Tails that looked kind of like that, where he was holding a pair of flight goggles and it said "See you next something or other." I forget what it said exactly, but it just reminded me of that. That's neat. Okay, good. Again, we're gonna take a little break before jumping into Sonic 2. I'll see you in a little bit. you heard the fan just now, I apologize. Let's get back to it. Ugh. Okay. Anniversary mode? Yeah. As much as I'd like to play classic mode, we've already been doing anniversary mode. We might as well keep it going. Play a special stage, which is star post with 50 rings, and whoa, that looks a lot different. It's amazing what frame rate will do. Okay, collect the required number of rings to clear the special stage. Now, despite Sonic 2 being my first Sonic game, I've never collected all the Chaos Emeralds in it. This is the last one. This is the last classic game I did 100%. I swear. The boy. I'm glad they put that in. I'm glad that they loved this character so much that they were willing to do something like that. Press button. No options menu. Strange. Oh. Wait, huh? What? You can play as Knuckles and Tails? I mean, if you give me the option, I really want to play as Knuckles, but if I recall correctly, his jump height makes some bosses a little bit weird at times. So we're gonna save him for S3 and K, where it's less of an issue. Let's go with the classic. No, stop that. Oh god. Okay, no, I know how to play. It's okay. It's not a problem. Oh, it might be a problem. Oh no. Hang on. Okay. Find a checkpoint. Remember, it's not at the end of the stage anymore. Oh god. I'm bleeding over. I know that you can get some things using all the rings on the stage. It's like you can get all the emeralds, but I can't find any checkpoints. What is going on? Where are all the checkpoints? Hello, checkpoint. Where have you gone? I was supposed to have found one by now. Nope. That's definitely the end of the stage. Where are these checkpoints, man? Up there, of course. Ah! Excuse you! Oh, that's neat. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Come back down. Yeah. Because this wasn't supposed to be in Sonic 2. Stop that. Stop that. Stupid coconuts. Stupid coconuts. Oh. Maybe I should have done this separately. Uh-oh. I just remembered what the problem was with having Tails follow you. Oh, ooh. I hope he follows a little bit better than he did in base Sonic 2, in Vanilla Sonic 2. Because there was like a good second delay in that game. And it was just like, that got Tails a super solid reputation of being that one guy that lost you your rings. All your hard-earned rings. I think we're gonna be okay, though. So long as I react properly. We'll also be able to learn the special stages properly. Probably. Being that if we fail, we don't have to get another 50 rings and find another checkpoint. Okay, time to find another checkpoint. This is the game. All the rings reset. No, wait! What? No, your rings are supposed to reset! Your ring count is supposed to reset after that. Did they fix that? Oh, I passed that checkpoint already. Oh. Ah, well, there goes that. Okay. Oh no! I can't do any of that. Oh, really? They super fixed it. I can't use any of the checkpoints now. I did it once and it was just like, no, never again. Well, that's that then. Gotta find one in each stage. Which isn't too much of a hassle, I don't think. Oh, the continues are worth 3 coins. Ooh. Okay, then. Don't. Okay. Sometimes I definitely fall into another enemy there. Stop. Get out of here. Get coconuts. Stop that. Just out of reach. Okay, get some rings. Thanks, buddy. I knew I could count on you. Is it just me, or does coconuts seem a little more aggressive? Then use your will! Don't touch it yet. Okay, now we can touch it. Alright, number 2. Definitely feels a little different. Yeah, the camera's not directly stuck on a path. It bobs and weaves with Sonic. Ah! Oh no. Here we go. Okay, we're fine. Not a good omen, though. If I can't see some of the bombs coming, then I'm gonna have to rely on memory to get through the special stages. And my memory only goes so far. I think it stops at, like, Emerald number 4. Okay. Still have 50 rings. Let's keep going. What's going on here? Hi. Let's go this way. So we're on the hunt for checkpoints. Aha! That's how you do it. You just have to do them in order. The jump is less floaty, too. What's going on? Oh, there it is. I knew bombs were coming up. I just didn't know when. Ah, too late. Keep it going. On the sides, on the sides. Okay. Still on the sides. Okay. That was close. 160. Ah! No. Okay, we messed this one up. That was rough. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Now that we know what the layout looks like, we need to get more rings and not run into bombs. Please. Maybe I was wrong about Tails being more reactive. Okay. Tails has 10 rings. I can't let him get hit. Okay. Alright. Stay in the center. Jump. Jump over ring bomb. Okay, we're in much better shape now. No, never mind. Ah! No, we got it. Okay, it's fine. Woo! Well, so much for thinking that Tails was more responsive. No. The delayed input is just about the same. Okay. Next! It's somewhere around here. Probably. It's weird, I've never gone... whatchamacallit? I've never gone checkpoint hunting before. What a strange thrill. I know there's one at the end. So let's try and get that one. Slow down. Because it goes right here. And then there's a checkpoint right Here. Yeah, there it is. And it's right before the boss, so... I mean, not that it matters, because we keep our rings after going to the special stage anyway, but if you were playing, like, base Sonic 2, you'd want to go back and get some, another ring or two before you go and fight the boss. Okay, we're kinda low. We're kinda at a low amount. Uh-oh. Oh no. Yeah. Right, left, right, left, right. Oh, it's just right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Nothing bad happened in that section. I'm kind of glad for that. Ah! Had to say something. Some of those just really pop around the corner. Okay, we got it. But sometimes those bombs really do pop around the corner. Just like, how was I supposed to react to that? How was Tails supposed to react to that? I guess you're really just meant to play this type of game alone or with someone else. Alright, first boss, which is really weird to say after we have 4 emeralds. There you go. Just back and forth with the drill. Easy as pie. There you go. And we got 3. And we got 3 coin. More coin. Give me coin, ring and coin at this point. Why not? Is there something up here? Never really checked. Never really had the ability to. No, just wall. Okay. That'll teach you. Ring. This should put us at the next one. Right after this. I don't want to touch him. Okay. Checkpoint should be around here somewhere. Checkpoint? Checkpoint? Did I go the way that did not have any checkpoints? Oh no. I definitely went the way that didn't have any checkpoints. Shame! No, not really. I'm just so used to going that way. What, Tails? Hello? What are you doing stuck in the level geometry? Hi. Take that. And then go down here. Nope, can't go that way. Shooks. Alright. I almost forgot, just thinking about, oh, okay! We didn't get crushed! We didn't get crushed! What a blessing. We definitely should have gotten crushed, but we didn't. Yeah, doing Chemical Plant Zone again just reminds me of Sonic Forces and how they messed it up. Like, they dropped the ball, I think, on Chemical Plant. It was a good the representation until the climb that wasn't nearly as scary as it should have been, I think. But I'm not one to beat a dead horse, so we're just gonna drop it there, I guess. Where are the checkpoints, man? Checkpoint? Checkpoint? Checkpoint! Finally! Okay. And this is where my memory starts getting a little spotty. So where the heck are the rings? Huh? Okay. That was okay. But that was all reaction-based, so... Good luck. Good luck with this next section. Oh, right, it's this part. Okay. Oh, boy. Huh? Rings on the side. Wow, that was it? Okay. 200 rings. Let's do it, I guess. Oh, there was no way I was getting up there. Are you kidding? Huh? There was no way! No! Come on! Alright, alright. Now we know I have to go higher than that. We go higher. Bombs are not the problem. Momentum is the problem. Okay. Alright. Gotta follow the thing. Okay, that wasn't bad. Ah, that was very bad. Alright. Okay, low wall. Low wall. Higher wall. Very high wall. Ceiling. Okay, cool. They made the leniency of running on ceilings a little bit better. Because if you try to go slow on the ceiling in Vanilla Sonic 2, you just fall right down. You had to strike just the right amount of speed, just the right amount of pressing the direction. Man. That'd be nice. Okay, 1, 2, and down here, and then the muck, the purple stuff. Huh? Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, here comes the climb. The climb. Oh. Was it really that short? Have I been blinded by nostalgia? Or did I just do it perfectly? I feel like it was a lot longer in my childhood. I feel like the climb was a lot longer, but that's probably because I was a lot less successful with it. No! Hang on. Get up there! Ah! Ah! Thank goodness the sparkles didn't despawn on me, because that's what happens if you go too far. Okay, special stage 6. Okay, right, left, center, left. Bombs everywhere. Stop this. Ah! Ah! Man. How rude. Sticking a ring at the very end. Huh. Okay. Alright. Yeah, alright. Not bad. Not bad. That was just the second stage. The second stage, though. Here's where it all comes down to... Ah! Bad. Very bad. Why? Still got 16 rings left to go. Ha! Collect all the rings. There we go. 220 on the dot. Ah! That was scary. That was pretty scary. Okay. Once we get this last emerald, the game should accelerate significantly. Not only because we don't have to go emerald hunting anymore, or checkpoint hunting, but also because we get Supersonic, and Supersonic makes things easy. Very, very simple. Huh? Huh? I didn't mean to do that, but okay, I'll take it. Oh, look at you being all... Does it work? Does the trick work? It doesn't! They thought of it! They took it out! Wow! Okay. Alright, I see you. I see you guys. The old trick doesn't work. So if you used to be able to crouch and negate any sort of projectile in that boss fight. Not so. Not so in this one. Maybe they thought it was dumb. Which it kinda is. Holy, wow, he really does chase you. He really does chase you with it. That actually makes it a little bit more challenging. Considering that there's still... Oh, it's 5 tiles wide? Is that it? Yeah. Considering the wide screen. It actually makes it a little difficult, a little bit more difficult. Alright, I see you. Anyway, like I was saying, one more set of 50 rings and we should be good. Golden, even. Technically, literally golden. Not technically. Not enough rings! Hang on. Robot. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. We'll go back. We'll go back eventually. There's a Burrobot. There's another Burrobot. And all my rings are gone. Okay, cool. I tried to avoid the second one. It was like, no. Die. Lose ring. Okay, Tails drowned? Hello. I can't touch that one either. Ah, shoot. Hi? That's weird. That's weird. Stop! Stop! Get away from me! That was a little creepy. Okay. A little bit out of the way. Okay. 6 more rings. 6 more rings is all I need. Let's go hunting. There's another shield. Don't really need that. Thanks, Tails. No, I actually do appreciate that. 1, 2! No! Okay, wait, hang on. There it is. Okay. We're good. We're golden, kind of. Now we just gotta find our way back up again. Please? No, wait! Huh? What? Huh? Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay! This works. This works. We just gotta get over there somehow. There we go. Where is checkpoint? Checkpoint. Yes! That was the most convoluted... Anyway. Gotta get 100 rings. How did I do that? How did I do that so well? Excuse me? No! Okay, no, we're fine. Tails, get up here. Huh. How did I do that so well? I've never done this special stage before. No, wrong way. Wrong one. That's it. Oh. Brap, brap. Okay. Alright. Alright. This isn't gonna be our stopping point. I won't let this be a stopping point. That was pretty impressive though. No! Oh no! It started over there. Ah, crap. Okay. Okay. We got 100. Now it's up to this. think we stay on the left. Yeah, we stay on the left. Okay. Stay on the left. Stay on the left! Really? Still not enough. Okay, so it's just stay on the left. Stay on the left, stay on the left, stay on the left. Right, left, right, left, right, twice. Oops. Stop it! Okay, just barely, but I don't think we're gonna hit the 190. Left, right, left, right, left. Stay on the left. Continue staying on the left. Continue staying on the left. Continue staying on the left. Right, left, right. Ah, we learned the pattern, but it's still not enough. We gotta do better on the first section. No, get back here. Please? Tails! Okay. Alright, now we have a reasonable buffer. If we could just do that section as well as we did the first time. Okay. Here's where it gets crazy. I do remember this section. Rings everywhere! Bombs, okay. And then bombs, and then more bombs, and then more bombs. And then it continues like this. For two more loops. Here come bombs. God damn it! Okay. Did we do it? No more bombs? Hey! Now we're talking. Yeah! Yeah! Alright. Getting all the Chaos Emeralds, out of, Aquatic Base? That's not bad. Now we just need 50 more rings, and then we can go to town. Oh, we have 50 rings. Why am I not able to change? What? Oh! Oh, it's a different button. Oh, of course. Of course. That's smart, actually. I think I hit triangle to change into Supersonic. Which you don't want it to be the same button as jump, actually. Because what if you're like score running or something? Uh-oh. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh boy. I forgot. How did I forget? Thank you. Let's try that again. Okay. We want to take the leisurely path. We do. Get this out of here. All these flies can bite my butt. Because we're collecting rings, and there ain't no one gonna stop us. Uh-oh. There might be a something that stops us. Alright. Keep going, keep going. I've never taken the top path all the way through. So I kind of want to do that. Yeah. Let's... Up here, and then up here, and then we can continue. That's the topmost path. We want to go up there, because rings are up there. What are you doing? Are you just gonna let me have rings? Okay. Alrighty. If you insist. There we go. It is triangle. Alright. Let's just speed through the rest of the stage. It ain't no big deal. Just jump through everything. Alright. There's extra wide, but it's okay, because we're fast. And we can jump extra high, too! Just trash everything. Essentially. Alright. Well, this ought to be fun. In a stage where you're already struggling to contain your momentum, this ought to be extra fun. Oh, we gotta play the slots. We have to. You can't have a Sonic 2 playthrough without playing the slots. Oh, they sped up the slots too. Or did they make it on button press, like it was in Sonic Heroes? Oh no, no. So close, so close. Let's keep doing this until we get a big result, for better or worse. Damn. Oh, I can't believe we left with nothing. I can't believe it. Oh no. Pain. Nothing but pain and sorrow. Nope, not hard enough. The plunger a little harder. There we go. Nope. Okay. One more time. On this guy. Yeah. Ba 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 da ba 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 da bum. Now, despite the fact that I said that I liked Casino Night better than Spring Yard, I still don't like Casino Night all that much. It's alright. It's not, like, my favorite. I prefer the casino stages in Sonic Heroes, like Casino Park and Bingo Highway. I much prefer those. And before you say, well, it's not fair to compare a 3D casino stage to a 2D casino stage. Well, I don't really like Casino Forest either. Hey! There's the result I was looking for. Alright, let's... No, can't transform. Can't, nope. The stage will not let me. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta touch ground first. I can't touch the ground. Okay. I also need to stop rolling. There we go. That's what I wanted. Too bad it's the end of the stage, huh? Well, it's okay. At least we got 3 more coins. What do you use these coins for? It must be to buy stuff in the museum. I must be able to get over there somehow. Yeah, Sonic just doesn't have enough momentum to get up there. That must be meant for Knuckles. Or maybe I'm just not doing it right. Also, what's with that? What's those multiple catchers up there? What is that? Why is that there? I was never able to find out. Would you be so willing as to grant me another Supersonic? Thank you very much! Never let it be said that I'm not grateful for what I'm given. Uh-oh. Oh, don't. I'm sorry, friend. Okay. Does that work? Does that work? Okay, let's not find out, huh? Because it probably does work that way. If you get, 3 Doctor Symbols, then you lose your rings, then you lose your transformation, probably. Okay, in we go. No, wait, that's not the right way. We had to go, down. Down on this table. Unless that happens. Nope, nope, nope. Jump out. Jump out, thank you. That's not what I wanted. And we're gonna find out. Oh, it totally works that way. Ouch. Ouch. And the counter keeps going. That's fun, isn't it? Oh no. Oh no. Where's the thank you now? I can hear you shouting from the rooftops. It was this table where we had to go down. Easy come, easy go. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Ah, no! Shoot! How would you allow me to do that? Okay. Alright, nope. That's not what we wanted. Okay. Nope. Don't get grabbed by the claws. Don't stay on the flipper for too long. Okay. Let's just keep doing this. This works. I hit you, though! Hang on. Did you just drop 2 bombs? Is that something that you do? No, you only drop 1 bomb. Stop trying to cheat. And after all that, after that entire ordeal, we're left with 1 bomb, 1 ring. Up, ababa, ababa. But you know, after this is Hilltop, so it can't be that bad. And after that is Mystic Cave. 2 good stages. Well, 1 okay stage and 1 really awesome stage. Oh, it's this again. It works the same way as it does in Starlight. And they're both stage 5s. What do you know? Wait, I'm gonna go up there. Let me go up there! I don't have enough momentum. Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay, 1 more time. Woo! What's over here? What is this? extra stuff. Oh, we could just transition directly from invincibility into super. That's cool. I don't think you were able to do that in the first version. In the first version. You know what I'm talking about. Boing. Where's Tails? Where is Tails? Is it just a thing because I'm supersonic? I'm so fast I leave him behind? Is that it? We just need more rings. We just need more rings. It's okay. We're ever on the hunt for rings. Oh! Oh, that doesn't work. No checkpoint either. Of course. Gotta be careful. Reckless use of supersonic will lead you to be crushed more often than anything else. Or, you know, fall into a pit too. That's possible. I almost did it again. Okay. No, Tails is stuck again. I don't know where, but he's stuck. He's just stuck. I don't know where my friend is stuck. I could probably just jump up there myself, instead of waiting for the seesaw. I cannot find my friend. Can't find my friend. Get some more rings here. No, wait. Okay, yeah, more rings. Patience. Okay. And we just completely squeeze through that. Nah, don't worry about it. There's the end of the stage. And there's Tails! We found him! He was at the end of the stage already. I guess he zipped to the end? Tails using those speedrunner strats? I don't know that we want that, though. I don't know if we want that for him. He's too young. He's too young to risk his life like that. Getting stuck in level geometry. Oh, there's that guy again. Orbinaut, I think their name is? They were the guys shooting spikes straight forward in the first game. Ah! Okay. Alright. Now we're in a little bit of trouble. We could have gone to the right and gotten a shield. Oh, never mind. It's invincibility, and it's off to the right here. Got it! Kind of. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna cheat a little. Don't worry about it. Okay. Ooh, jump over that. It's okay. That's okay. It's just a huge lava pit for Sonic to play in. It's A-okay. Maybe don't touch that one, because there's no rings over here. I'm just gonna continue running over you, probably, maybe make that the last hit, because, oh, okay, he doesn't transform back to regular Sonic until he hits the switch. That's good. That's good, childproofing, I think. I call it child-proofing, but it's not. That's not exactly how you use that term. I guess idiot-proofing would be the better term. Okay, Mystic Cave. Probably the best stage in the game. You know, outside of Chemical Plant. Chemical Plant, then Mystic Cave. Probably. I'll try not to use Supersonic too much going forward. Because Act 2 does have that infamous trap. That if they dummy-proof this, then they should have done something about that. And you know what that is if you played Sonic 2 before. I'm not gonna do my best to avoid it, but no guarantees. And I might just fall right into it. Ah, the ladybug. Get out of here. Get. Oh. Don't get crushed. That was close. No. I gotta get up. I gotta get up there. Okay. No, we're okay. We're okay. I could probably squeeze in there, but no good. No good. Also, I want you guys to hear the awesome music that is Mystic Cave. And you can't do that if you're jamming out to Supersonic the whole time. There we go. Oh yeah, we got 3 more coin! Nice. Must go faster, though. Okay. Act 2 is the danger zone. Probably especially if we take the high route, because I'm pretty sure that's where it is. Oh, it looks like we're headed for the high route. I don't know. I'm just gonna play it safe, huh? Take a nice leisurely saunter. Thanks, Tails. Through the bottom path. It kinda looks like that. Oops. And then you hesitate and then you die. So, let's try that one more time. Oh, wait. There we go. Alright. And then we go over here, and then nothing bad happens. Hopefully. Ah! There it is. That's it. That's it right there. That one too. Uh-oh. Oh no. We're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. Okay, no, we're good. I was sweating for a second, because I almost didn't recognize it, and then we got hit anyway. Of course. Oh no! Here it is again. Here it is again. That's another one. I'm pretty sure that's a second trap with that. You gotta be careful. Okay. And then we take care of the boss. Just like, where is it? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Oh, really? Just like that, huh? There we go. I do like how the shield fades in from yellow to blue as well. That's a very nice looking effect. Even if it's just the effect of having the same color as Sonic. It looks nice. Okay, Oil Ocean is probably the most obnoxious level in the game. If only for those damn seahorses. Okay. But it also has the, those platforms that shoot high into the air, and, everyone loved those. Because of the sound they make. Pung. That's all this level is. It's seahorses and pung. 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 And even now it puts a smile on my face. Stop it, seahorses! And then the seahorses put a damper on my mood. But still, pung. What are seahorses doing flying in the air anyway? Who thought that was a good idea? Fire them? Oh no, no, I want to be up there! I can't drop dash up the oil. That makes sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay. Alright, let's do this properly. Die. I have no excuse. I said properly, and then I hit the triangle button. I just really hate seahorses, guys. You gotta believe me. I hate these seahorses, I should specify. Really? Just down? Just down? And around? Oh, that's not where I want to go. Okay, no, we're fine. Kind of, I think. You have to stand on this to get up there. Okay. Yay, we made it. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's okay. We struggled to get through the special stages so that we could do this. And we were collecting all the Chaos Emeralds in every game anyway, so we might as well. Boo! Stop. Stop! Be gone! Damn seal. Damn seahorses! How dare you? Let's go up here. Boom! Alright, avoid that. Push this in. Wait for this to clash with the other one. Why is there so many sharp things, and why can't I attack seahorses in the usual direction? I gotta go from above. And they always come from above, too. So there's that. Please let me through. There are a bunch of seahorses chasing me, and I don't appreciate. Okay. Boing. And as far as to the right as we can, and avoid that whole thing entirely. Tails, no, I needed you. I need you up here, buddy. Tails? Tails, where are you? Friend? I hear you jumping. I need you up here with me currently. Maybe if I go down to where he is. No? Okay. I guess we're not gonna get the speed shoes. Never mind. Never mind, Tails. It's all okay. Where is he? he just up and disappears. It's almost like looking after a child, almost. I was gonna say, oh, you can actually get up there now. Like the thing isn't, the oil isn't as slippery as it is in base Sonic 2. But then, fucking Seahorse had to ruin it all. It's always the Seahorse, guys. I hate Seahorse. Also, Tails just keeps jumping repeatedly. I don't know where he is. Ouch. That hurt. I could have used this 2 seconds ago. Checkpoint. Okay. Yeah, okay. Gonna do this legit, probably. Get out of the oil! Out of the oil! Okay. Here we go. I still have the, ouch! I still have the Sonic Mania boss fight stuck in my head. Ah! Okay. Alright, fine. Fine, you can do that. Do. Okay, shoot the ground. Sure. Duck. Shoot the ground again. Is it like random? Whatever he does. It's okay. You're okay, Tails. You're okay. You're okay. Just get out. Just get... What are you doing? Get out of the oil. We're done with this zone. Oh, okay. I guess that's one way to do it. Well, poor Tails. He was never seen again until Metropolis. The other most annoying zone in the game. If only because it goes on for 3 acts instead of 2. And it has these shell crackers. Well, the shell crackers aren't the problem. The slicers are the problem. These are shell crackers. You can never hit them properly. And then after that, you have the slicers. Not those. Oh, hey, oh. Or green mantis-looking robots that throw their arms at you. And they're obnoxiously accurate. Oh, nope, that was the wrong one to jump on. Okay. Don't worry about it. So I gotta be careful! Otherwise things like that happen. Ah! Oh! Don't crush yourself. Don't crush Tails either. Okay. Going down. Shellcracker. We're gonna struggle to get 50 rings here. I tell you what. Okay. Alright. You do that. We'll continue working our way up. Right around there. Yeah. No! No thank you. Okay, now thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Slicer. Forever! You just avoid these guys. It's okay. We fall down? Yeah, we'll just fall down. It's faster. Run through Shellcracker. This is one zone where I'm willing to not... Uh-oh. Something in me just doesn't care. There. Oh, man. Hang on. There we don't go. One more time. There we go. That's what I wanted. No! Why did I do that? Now we're stuck in the vertical loop. Oh, never mind. There we go. We were stuck in the vertical loop, and then we weren't. Thanks to Supersonic's immense, crazy forward momentum. He just runs up walls like it ain't no big deal. And the regular Sonic can do that too, but it requires a lot more. Moving forward, I guess. He needs a lot more going for him. Ah! That's not cool. That's also not cool. Where the hell am I supposed to hit you? I was never able to find this out. Never. In all my, 28 years of playing Sonic 2, I was never able to figure it out. Then again, when I was 4, I was never able to get here. I've said that already. But that's probably... the first time I got to Metropolis was back during the Mega Collection? So, yeah, that was still 21 years. 21 years. I'm just gonna pop that. Okay. No, that's fine. What is going on? Okay. Just keep going. Just keep going. Don't worry about it. We're invincible, after all. Except where it matters. That was close. Slicer incoming? No, Shellcracker. I really don't want to deal with you. I super don't want to deal with them. What is going on? Why was I running on the side of that gear? That made no sense. Uh-oh. 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 Can I not? What is going on with you, Sonic? 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 Can you... Please? Please get up, please. Oh no, he has too much momentum. Okay, thank you. We're gonna be alright. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna get this 10 ring, and then we'll be on our way. Okay. No, it's okay. Just a very, very slight tap will do it. Don't overdo it. Get the shield. That's fine. Oh no. Easy there, pal. Are we going the right way? I don't even know. We're going so fast. It's so blisteringly fast. And my old man eyes can't keep up. Okay, we're going the right way. Okay. Until Act 3. And then we're in trouble. Collect all the rings that you can. Avoid Shellcracker. Ugh. Just gonna die real quick. Don't even worry about it. Just no rings on the lower path. Nope. Don't worry about it. Upside down slicer, by the way. Oh. What was blocking? That tiny little corner prevented me from jumping up over the... Yay. Was that in the original? I think it might have been in the original, too. I'm not actually sure. Okay. That was pretty neat. Gave me ring. Do I want to go down there? Get more ring? Is that floor? Right? Yes, I can. Okay. Here, have more ring. Tails is stuck again. Which makes me very upsetty spaghetti. Okay, there he is. Is this the right way? No. You're kidding. You're kidding! Before I even got off the platform. I'm gonna get killed by a shell cracker and it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'm gonna get killed by a shell cracker. There's just no way around it. Ah! No, I don't want to get punched. I don't want to get punched! Guys, I don't want to get punched. I don't want to get punched. What? Why? Huh? What even happened? Huh? No, okay, we're fine. We're fine. We just can't go get those other rings. That's fine. It's okay. We have 10. 10 is fine. 10 is okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh no. We gotta do this again. I just wanted the 10 ring! Give me the 10 ring, please. Give me the 10 ring. Okay. We're over that. I don't know how I hit the spikes there. I don't know how I did it. Maybe it was because I was standing still? Does that factor into how high you go on those things? Hope not. More ring? More ring! Don't get hit by the thing though. Okay. Watch out for that. That's going the other way. See? 7 more rings and a slicer. Ha! Ha ha ha! Professional jumper over slicers. Unfortunately. Great. Fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted. Huh. Okay. Alright. Ah, no! Ha, hoo, ha, no. Wait for it. Okay. Just one more ring. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. One more ring. One more ring. Why do you keep spinning like that? Sonic. Ring. We've got it. What is Sonic doing? Whenever he's on those gears, what is he doing? Just like continues spinning for whatever reason, I don't know. Stop that. Naughty Slicer. Go to heck. Oh, I was the one that went to heck! I forgot there was a bridge at the very end. No, there goes my hubris. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to do this the old 3-ring way. Sorry, 9-ring way. Alright, here we go. The old-fashioned jump over the moon trick. I don't know where the moon came from in this analogy, but, oh, I thought that was gonna be a little, you know, a little wider, since the thing was wider. There you go, Tails, you did it. You did it. Look at you, being all useful and stuff. Ah! Now it's my turn. Okay. Can we keep that going? No? Okay. 2 cycles it is. There we go. There we go. Using our friends. Using our friends, not shortcomings. That's mean. Not to mention using our friends is also kind of mean, but okay. Time it! Good. And you just shoot your laser. Okay. Good job! You shot a laser. Okay, that's the last conventional stage. How are we doing on time? Oh, not bad. Not that bad. Okay. We could probably finish the rest of the game. But the rest of the game is actually kind of difficult, so, with the exception of Sky Chase. Sky Chase is like a leisurely stroll before the final battle. Ah, what? Dude shot me off screen. Guy shot me off screen. He's getting a promotion, you know, when he gets rebuilt. Oops. Remember that landing lag I was talking about earlier? Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Definitely not me being bad at Sonic games. Definitely the lag. Boop, 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 boop. It's almost bedtime. It's almost bedtime. Don't drop bombs. Oh, okay, that's fine. Here comes Wing Fortress. I just want to jump on it right now. Why can't we jump on it right now? Just skip over this stage. The rest of it anyway. When did Tails learn to fly my plane? It's okay. Oh! Hi! Whoa! That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I didn't want to spin dash. What is going on here? The pattern's all messed up. What? The pattern though. And then that turtle's not shooting at all? Oops. Oops, I super ran into him. Oh no. It's okay, we didn't need to be supersonic in this stage anyway. I don't think we get any bonuses either. Yeah. Just go straight into Wing Fortress. And then we get shot. Goodbye, Tails. That's kind of irresponsible of Sonic, just leaving an 8-year-old to die in a plane crash. What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Wait, where am I? Why am I up here? This isn't until later in the level. Excuse me. Why am I on top of the plane now? It hasn't even been 30 seconds. Excuse me. I definitely got pulled up Here. Nope. You thought, but no. Okay. Oh hi. I'll take that. Shield? Shield. Okay. Goodbye, shield. Time to fly entirely too hard. Too hard. Ah, okay. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Are we? This is actually the part that I'm actually worried about. Because I need to jump. And sometimes he just doesn't jump. Okay. Well, at least we don't have a finite amount of lives. Normally, the way you want to do that is you just, you know, wait until your time to go across, that is. And not your time to die, in case you were confused about what I meant. Stop shooting. You're gonna make people upset. I did it again. Why did I do it again? Okay. So we're gonna do that after that section. Probably. Okay. Go down this way. Wait for the next cycle. There we go. Alright. Jump over that. There we go. No! Come on! I forgot about the other one. Shit. Well, the checkpoint is there. So we're probably gonna be okay. I can't believe it. I panicked. I panicked, guys. I guess that really goes to show how little I do play Sonic 2, even if I do value it. I don't play it very often. Ah! Now where am I? Way to get shunted into the next compartment zone. What is going on? I need more rings. That's not gonna work. Okay. Guess we go this way? We can't go this way, because this way is, danger time. We need more rings. We gotta get 15 more rings. Where are we gonna find 15 more rings in here? The door closed behind us. Yeah. Yeah, we're stuck with 35. Okay. There you go. We're trapped in battle time. And they probably updated it to be a little bit more troublesome. Oh, yeah. They even updated the sounds. Because those are Sonic 3 and Knuckles sounds. What are you doing? What are you even doing? Uh-oh. Nope, nope, okay, we're fine. It's gonna be over here! Really? It does go to the edge! Wow! There we go. With one more ring, as per usual, what's over here? That's the way I came in. Okay, I want to go over here, into the cockpit, because if you do, there's an extra life, or it's supposed to be, but of course lives don't exist in this game. So, Doctor tries to get away. Hey, look! Tails survived the plane crash. Somehow. While we were struggling through Wing Fortress, he somehow repaired the plane mid-flight, I guess. And now we can chase him up to space. And we can see him this time. There's a hidden benefit of widescreen mode. Still going up to space. Space is a lot further up than I realized. There we go. Now for the final zone of the game, which, of course, has no rings in it. And 2 boss fights in a row. So have fun. Oh, you did the timing. Weird. Okay, and you're gonna jump now. You're gonna jump? Yeah, okay. You gonna jump back? No? Okay. There we go. You're done. You're done. You're done. If you don't know what to do, if you know what to do against Silver Sonic, he can be a bit of a pain in the ass because his attacks can't. He doesn't telegraph his attacks, and they're kind of hard to read. Okay. All right. Okay. Do I do the speed shots? I can't. I can't be trusted to do speed strats. So I'm just gonna cheese it out. 1. Okay. Do the 1 punch, the 2 punch. Okay. We can jump high enough to do that, though. Nope. No, we can't. Yes, we can. We just timed that a little awkwardly. But the bad thing about that is that you gotta fight Silver Sonic again. Alright, do your jump. Oops! Oops, oops, oops! Why are you laughing? That's rude. Why are you laughing? I should see if I can do the spin dash start. Hang on. I saw this in a task once. I wonder if it's possible. Put himself right around here. No, that's too far away. Aw, man. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna be over here. Don't worry about it. No! No! Why did I do that? Why did you drop dash? Oh, why did I press the button? Don't press the button. Okay, right around here. Oh, it works! Oh, it works! Nice! Nice kill. Alright, cool. Now! Okay. Let's try this again. I think it's... Was it 12 hits? Take care of this guy? Death Egg Robot. Okay, here we go. Boink. Boink. Do the punch. Do the punch. If I had enough confidence, I would have. But no, I don't have any confidence no more. Okay. Do the step. Do the step. Do the step. Do the song of the beat. Other way. Okay. That's 4? 4 hits? 5. Shoot. Fist. 6. 7. And he does that over and over again. Not that that's bad. Oh, okay, I thought I was too late on that one. Was that 8? Oh, I shot him right in the face this time. Okay, alright. I lost count. I think that's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps forward, and then 1 step back. Go ahead. Oh, no, that's 12. Okay, cool. We did it! Hooray! Robot destroyed. Bonk. Oh, that's a really small screen. I wish they upscaled it. I wish they did. I wish they made it look a little... It just looks so silly, just... Small, tiny little... thing. Even on the Genesis, this is pretty small. And then looking on this, it's kind of ridiculous that it didn't upscale it a little bit. But it's okay. It's still a good game regardless. You kind of understand what you're doing, what happened at the end, even if, you know, you gotta squint at the screen like you're a 90s kid again. Agonize over every pixel on your CRT. But we did it! We did it with all the emeralds too! Man, what a story to go out on. You got this guy who never 100%ed all the classic Sonic games, and now he's 100%ed all of them because he already did it with 3 and Knuckles, but he's probably gonna do that at some other time because it's like midnight almost, and I'm hungry. I'm not hungry. Actually, I'm not hungry for once. That's crazy. But it is really warm in here, and I feel kind of gross, so after this, I'm probably going to take a shower. And then get ready for work tomorrow. But this was a nice distraction in the meantime. Dang, I can't believe it knocked out 3 of the classic Sonic games in one night. This is, as a collection, it's pretty nice so far. Look, it's not too hand-holdy. Like, it did, handle a couple of things. It does make... What's the point I'm trying to make here? Like, it's not too hand-holdy, but it does change some things that some people might have said that were unfair about the originals. Like, for one, whatchamacallit? Being able to redo special stages by expending a coin is a good call, I think. Because not a lot of people have the time or the patience to go back and get everything in one go anymore. So I think that was a pretty good call. Anyhoodle, I hear that that the soundtrack for 3 and Knuckles, when we get to it, it's gonna be slightly different. It's gonna be based on the original idea for the soundtrack, the prototype soundtrack, before Michael Jackson was involved. And I've never got to experience the game like that, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh, there goes the Death Egg. That's new as well. Ha! Yeah, the original Sonic 2 didn't have this. Also, there's a guy in a bush. I hope he doesn't do anything untoward in the next game. Okay, so what's this museum thing about? I want to see. What can I do in the museum? Is it just unlocking things? Ah, oh, okay. Yeah, this is what you pay for the things for. Oh, you can buy the animatics for in-game money. Wow. Wow, that's extremely nice of them to do that. Okay. Illustrations do the same thing? Yeah? Well, this will just require you to buy, things. Not things, but, you probably get more coins through mission mode, if I had to guess. I'll eventually buy everything, I'm sure. Sounds... Oh, you can... Wait a second, what? Really? Tell me you can use this in game. Tell me you can. That would be great. You unlock it and then you play it in game or something like that. That would be crazy. Record your time and play, all over the world. What is this? In my data, you can retrace stages. Done. Okay. Ah, there's a classic. Oh, okay, there's a... It makes sense. Makes sense to have a classic category as well. Boss Rush. Ooh, that sounds tough. Maybe after we've done all of the things and we go to, we do story mode and we do whatever and stuff like that and we do the missions. Maybe we could try one of the boss rushes. That'd be nice. Clear this mode to get coins. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Alright. So that's gonna be that for now. On Monday, I do have work, so, disregard that, I gotta change that, but, on, okay, so, as it's looking, I got work on Monday, so, after that, on Tuesday, it's probably going to be the last session of Blue Reflection. And then, I don't know if I want to stream on Wednesday, but if I don't stream on Wednesday, it's going to be Friday. If I do stream on Wednesday, then it's probably going to be Sunday is the next stream after that. I do want to keep one of my days of the week open for whatever. So, either Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, or Sunday coming up. We'll have 3 streams. One of Blue Reflection, another of Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and then we'll probably finish up Sonic Origins too. Yeah, I'll post the new schedule on Twitter. So if you don't follow me there, just type in PlayWithTheJ and you should be able to find me. It's gonna be pinned, so it's whatever. Let's find us someone to raid. I hope someone's still playing Sonic the Hedgehog. And it looks like they are. Yeah. Why not Mar? I haven't seen Mar. I haven't seen one of Mar's streams in God knows how. Let's send him some love. Okay. I will see you basically the finale of Fluid Reflection. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you when I see ya.